gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The 2025 International Conference of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga will soon begin. For this reason, we would like to ask for your cooperation to please condition yourselves and get ready. Currently, this conference is being held live from Majapahit Hall of ASEC Tower, Campus B, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. We will have a hybrid academic online presentation session with attendees joining from around the globe. We hope that today's ICPS conference will inspire many scholars and researchers to be actively involved in research and international scientific forum activity. Thank you for your participation. and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia, Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo,
Rektor of Universitas Airlangga,
and the Director of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga and the Vice Directors of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honorable faculty members, and all participants of the
Ninth
ninth
International Conference of the Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga. Welcome all to this grand gathering of brilliant minds. My name is Nabil and alongside me is my wonderful co-host,
Nita, to be standing here as your master of ceremony for this international conference, and welcome to each and every one of you.
Before we begin, please allow us to extend our warmest welcome to all of our distinguished and honored guests. His Excellency, the Minister of the Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia, Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo.
His Excellency, the Rector of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Madian.
His Excellency, the Regent of Gresik, Haji Fandi Ahmadiani.
His Excellency, the Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Husnu Romdoni.
His Excellency, the Deputy Director for Academic, Student Affairs and Alumni of the Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Dr. Doctorandus Haji Yusuf Irianto.
His Excellency, Deputy Director for Financial Affairs and Information of Postgraduate School, Dr. Karnaji.
His Excellency, the Deputy Director for International Affairs and Collaboration of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Dr. Suparto Wijoyo.
All the Faculty Vice Dean for International Affairs and Collaboration of Universitas Airlangga.
Our honored speakers, Dr. Ajrun Karim, the Director General of the State Electricity Company of West Sumatra Distribution.
Professor Sedomir Nestorovic from ESSEC Business School, Singapore, who is joining us online.
Dr. Teresa Audrey Oler Esteban from the Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands.
The conference chairs of ICPS 2025, Dr. Radian Salman.
The head of the Quality Assurance Unit of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Nunukdia Retno Lastuti.
The Master and Doctoral Program Study Coordinators and all lecturers of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga.
And last but not least, all of our amazing participants of the 9th International Conference of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga.
We believe that the ICPS 2025 will gain a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained for the multidisciplinary field of study, and this will lead to fruitful future collaborations and research opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, to formally commence this conference, we would like to invite all attendees to please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed directly by the university anthem, Hymne Airlangga.
For our online participants, we invite you to observe this moment respectfully.
To all attendees, please rise.
Indonesia Raya. Airlangga.
Thank you. You may now be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICPS 2025, moving on for the next agenda, we would like to invite our Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Erlangga, Professor Dr. Ahmad Husnu Romdoni, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Professor Ahmad Husnu Romdoni.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our distinguished guest, His Excellency the Minister of Public Works of Indonesia, Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo MPA, and staff, His Excellency Rector of Universitas Erlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Madian, SAMSI, Excellency Head of Indonesian National Armed Force Health, I think belum rawuh. Our esteemed speakers, Director General of State Electricity Company of West Sumatra Distribution, Dr. Ajrun Karim. And joining us online, our esteemed speaker, Professor Sedomir Nestorovic from ESSEC Business School, Singapore, and Dr. Teresa Audrey Holler Esteban, MSc ME from Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. Deputy Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Erlangga, Professor Dr. Yusuf Irianto, Dr. Karnaji, and Professor Dr. Suparto Wijoyo. The keynote and invited speaker, esteemed college researchers, practitioner, and student, the program study coordinator, head of quality assurance, and all lecturers and postgraduate school Universitas Erlangga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, both on-site and online, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 9th International Conference of the Universitas Erlangga Postgraduate School, or ICPS 2025. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to Almighty God, whose grace has enabled us to gather here today in this important academic forum. Since it is in establishment in 2016, ICPS has been a strategic platform for fostering knowledge exchange, critical dialogue, and meaningful collaboration. Each year, this conference brings together distinguished scholars, policymakers, practitioners, and students from around the globe to address the pressing issues in our time. The central theme of ICPS 2025, the geopolitical risks and resilience in developing for a better world, is both timely and highly relevant in an era marked by uncertainty ranging from geopolitical tensions and economic volatility to climate crisis and social inequalities. This theme invites us to essential foundation for sustainable development. This theme invites us also to critically examine how nation, institution, and community can adapt, innovate, and collaborate in order to navigate risks and build a more just, stable, and prosperous world. Through this conference, we aim not only to advance scholarly research, but also to contribute to actionable insights and practical solutions that will benefit societies locally, nationally, and globally. ICPS 2025 is expected to strengthen international collaboration, generate impactful publication, and inspire future initiatives that transcend disciplinary and geographical boundaries. Bapak Menteri dan Bapak Rektor, kami melaporkan bahwa ICPS tahun ini ada 198 peserta. Dari Indonesia ada 170, dan dari negara yang lain. Please stand up from Yemen, from Guinea, Guinea, from Libya, from Myanmar, from Rwanda, Afghanistan, Tanzania, Egypt, Pakistan. Welcome. From Ghana, India, Sierra Leone, Kyrgyzstan, Nigeria, Singapore, dan Belanda or Netherlands. Yeah. On this occasion, I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee, our distinguished speakers, and all participants for their dedication and contribution to the success of this event. And thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for our director for giving the welcoming remarks.
Ladies. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, to grace this occasion with his leadership and vision, we are truly privileged to have with us the Rector of Universitas Airlangga.
It is now our distinct pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Madian to deliver the welcoming remarks and officially open the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Professor Muhammad Madian.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, His Excellency Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo, the Regent of Gresik Haji Pandi Ahmad Yani SAM MB, Governor of Indonesian Naval Academy of AAL, Bapak Rear Admiral TNI Dato Rusman, distinguished speaker, Principal Secretary of Ministry of Environment of Republik Indonesia, Ibu Rosa Fitien, General Manager of State Electricity Company, West Sumatra Main Distribution Unit, Dr. Ajrun Karim, Professor Sidomir Nestrovic from ESSEC Business School, Singapore, and Professor T. Esteban, PhD from TU Delft University, the Netherlands, who are joining us online. The Director of Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Ahmad Kusnu Romdoni, together with all members of Postgraduate School, Conference Chair of ICPS 2025, Dr. Radian Salman, a representative from Ministry of Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia, researchers, practitioners, postgraduate students, and all the academic community of Universitas Airlangga, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Universitas Airlangga and to the 9th International Conference of our postgraduate school with a timely and significant theme, geopolitical risk and resilience on developing for a better world. On behalf of Universitas Airlangga, I extend my deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers, scholars, policymakers, and participants from across the globe who have joined us today. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering dialogue on issues that are not only academics, but also profoundly impacts humanity. Distinguished participants, in today's world, we are confronted with complex geopolitical risks, complex economic uncertainties, and global crises that test the strengths of our societies. Yet, as this conference reminds us, challenges also create opportunities to strengthen resilience, not merely to endure shocks, but to build the capacity to adapt, to innovate, and to emerge stronger. Resilience must be proactive and forward-looking, allowing us to transform risk into catalysts for sustainable change. Through our postgraduate school, we believe universities must take an active role in this journey. Our mission is to generate evidence-based research, provide constructive policy recommendation, and nurture leaders who are not only academically excellent, but also social, responsible, and global minded. This aligns with our vision to be a world-class university that serve humanity and contribution to the sustainable development goals to 2020. Sorry, 2020. Sorry, 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is platform where ideas meet action, where dialogues lead to solution, and where collaboration across discipline and nation can flourish. I'm confident that the discussion and insight we share here will not only enrich our academic community, but also inspire tangible contributions to building a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. Distinguished participants, before I conclude, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, our colleagues and partners, whose dedication has made this event possible. Thank you. Your dedication is the foundation of this conference success. Thank you once again for being here. I'm confident that the conversations we have in this room will have a lasting impact beyond it, shaping our collective efforts today towards a more resilient and prosperous future. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I'm delighted to officially declare the 9th International Conference of the Universitas Airlangga Postgraduate School 2025 open. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Madian, for your welcoming remarks and also officially open the international conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the keynote speech of the day, which promises to set a foundation perspective for our conference discussion.
We are incredibly honored to welcome the keynote speaker, Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo, the Minister of Public Works of Republic of Indonesia.
His expertise and leadership in national infrastructure and development are unparalleled. Let us all listen attentively as he shares his invaluable insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu. Sorry. Kurang. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. May peace, mercy, and blessing be upon us all. Allow me to begin with gratitude to our Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for granting us health and strength and for guiding our nation through every challenges. Honorable Rector of University of Erlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Madian, Honorable Director of Postgraduate School, Professor Dr. Ahmad Kusnul Romdoni, Honorable Deputy Director of Postgraduate School, Professor Dr. Yusuf Irianto, Dr. Kamaji, and Professor Dr. Sparto Wijoyo. Distinguished speakers who are joining us online and offline, Bapak Ajun Karim, Professor Aida Idris, Professor Esteban, Ibu Vivin, Pak Excellencies, esteemed scholars, policymakers, practitioners, students, and distinguished guests. It is my great honor to join you all here in Surabaya, my home country, at the 9th International Conference of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Erlangga. Today, we are united by a single purpose to reflect on resilience and to shape together a path forward, a stronger and fairer future. We live currently in an unsettled world. Rivalries among great powers are sharpening. Economies are vulnerable to shocks. Technologies are rewriting the way we live and work and connect. Social cohesion is under pressure. And above all, the climate change has emerged as a great amplifier of every risk. For our country, Indonesia, an archipelagic nation of immense diversity and potential, these are not distant challenges. They are already here. They are now here. They shape within our daily life and our collective choices. Resilience, therefore, is not a slogan. Again, resilience is not a slogan. It is a discipline of survival and the mark of nations that thrive. Since our Independence Day, Indonesia's journey through the struggle of ideology, pursuit of economic growth, and now faces the realism of our time to protect and to prosper. This principle firmly rooted within our constitution in the foundation of our resilience. The risks we face today are not isolated. They are already deeply connected each other. Food, energy, water form into a single nexus. A drought that dries our field also been reduces by hydropower and weakens access to clean water. A surge in global oil prices drive up the food costs. straining the families. A flood that submerges our coast displaces communities and undermines the stability. Climate change, however, magnifies them all, destabilizing societies and feeding into the cycles of rivalry and mistrust, the divine of our world today. History shows that nations rise and fall in a great cycles. Finance, internal order, external order, nature, and innovation. Today itself, the world is in a late cycle marked by widening divides and deepening mistrust. This great cycle of history are visible within today's geopolitical hotspot. Ukraine war, for instance, are disrupting energy and food instability in the Middle East, intensifying the US and China rivalry within our Indo-Pacific region. These crises are interconnected and their ripple effects are felt within our lovely country Indonesia to rising food prices, energy volatility, and shifting the regional security. The rivalry itself between the United States and China has already moved beyond trade. Now it's moving into geopolitics and security. For our country, Indonesia, the path forward is crystal clear. We must build resilience from within, anchor our sovereignty on food, energy, and water security, and uphold a free and active diplomacy that avoid entanglement in the rival blocs. But Indonesia is not immune to global shocks. Trade wars, commodity swings, financial volatility, supply chain disruption, these are not abstraction. These are all reals. The effect or our economy, our markets, our household, they definitely affect it. They remind us that the resilience is not optional. It is an imperative. Consider the lesson of the word in Africa, for instance. The hunger and conflict reinforced one another. In Europe, energy was turned into a weapon of war, driving inflation and hardship. Across the globe, water disputes are escalating into strategic conflict. Indonesia's growing population, for instance, and rapid urbanization are placing mounting pressure on our food, energy, and water system. Managing this nexus is no longer a matter of resources alone. It is about safeguarding the resilience of our nation. Conflict across the globe have shown how fragile food security can be when the production is disrupted and supply chains is collapsed, hunger spreads, and social tension rise. For Indonesia, this is a clear reminder that resilience in food system must be built early so that disaster or social shocks never escalate into crisis. The same is true for energy. Throughout the history, energy has often been the heart of every conflict in this world. Shortage of prices spikes trigger inflation and weaken stability. In Indonesia, where population growth and climate change increase demand, sustainable energy and management becomes not just an economic task, but it's a foundation for our national security. And water, once seen as a basic need, has now become a strategic resources. Since 2010, water disputes have multiplied worldwide, driven by population pressures and urban expansion. For our own archipelago, with its vast population and vulnerable coastline, Securing water is not only about access, it's about preserving stability, safety, and harmony for the generations to come. For Indonesia, the pressures are clear. Our population continues to grow. Our cities expanding. Our climate safe drastically. Demand for rice, electricity, and clean water is rising relentlessly. If all are unmanageable, scarcity will undermine our stability. But managed with foresight, the food energy, water nexus can become our strength. Here in Indonesia, Mr. Excellency President Prabowo Subianto has set the vision Indonesian past 2045, the golden era of Indonesia within 2045. Sovereign, advanced, and prosperous. His mission is expressed within his Astacita, strengthen defense and sovereignty, eradicating poverty, driving growth about 8%, ensuring self-sufficiency in food, energy and water, advancing education and health, empowering youth and women, and building a green, blue, and digital economy. This vision is also reflected by the same Indonesia within our 18th Independence Day. We call it Bersatu, Berdaulat, Rakyat Sejahtera, Indonesia Maju. It is not definitely merely a celebration. It is a roadmap. Bersatu reminds us that unity is our strength. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Berdaulat affirms that sovereignty is our shield. Berdaulat affirms that sovereignty is our shield. Rakyat Sejahtera declares that development must serve the people, and Indonesia Maju sets our shared ambition to stand tall within our community of nations. To translate the vision into action, the public works has set up a motto, we call it PU 608, serve as the instrument of investment efficiency, zero poverty, and 8% growth within the year of 2029. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, infrastructure becomes more than just a development. It becomes resilience itself. Dams and irrigation secure the food sovereignty. Hydropower and floating solar diversify the energy supply. Water systems and flood control safeguard our communities. Roads and bridges protect logistics and defenses. This is how we transform vision into strength. Yet, resilience cannot be built by infrastructure alone. It must be built by people, by values, by institutions. Military readiness provides deterrence, but non-military defense, cybersecurity, diplomacy, civil participation is equally vital. To strengthen food sovereignty, we must begin with water. Dams are managed not only as storage, it's not only for water storage, but as a lifelessness for agriculture. Irrigation systems are rehabilitated all over Indonesia, and the reliable roads and logistics are built to ensure that harvest reach every household. Food resilience is built in the field, in the canals, and along the roads that connect them. Energy resilience too must grow hand in hand through multi-purpose of dams, small and medium hydropower, floating solar. We also diversify our energy supply. This effort not only power homes and industries, but also secure more sustainable and less vulnerable national energy mix. Water, meanwhile, has become the essence of social stability. Now, reservoirs and drinking water system, together with the conservation and flood control, protect our people from both scarcity and disaster. By doing so, we safeguard our health, dignity, and harmony. And all of this is tied together by connectivity. Road and bridges are more than just a transport. They are at risk of our civil defense and logistic. They bring relief swiftly in time of crisis, open market for farmers, and expand opportunity beyond the cities. Every kilometers built strengthens resilience, unity, and equitable growth across the archipelago. The Ministry of Public Works contributes beyond physical construction, building schools for underprivileged children, rehabilitating universities, improving sanitation for fighting stunting, because the true resilience is basically human-centered. And we must also adapt. Every project today integrates climate risk. Reservoirs are managed with El Nino and La Nina in mind, not just for this year, but 10 or 20 years to come. Flood dashboard provide early warning. Infrastructure is designed not only to withstand shocks, but how to recover it quickly. This adaptive leadership preparing not for yesterday race, but also for the tomorrow uncertainties. No government typically can do it alone. We need the partnership of academia, businesses, civil society, and media. Together in a pentahelix of resilience, we can transform crisis into opportunities, challenges into living laboratories, and uncertainty into innovation. As we look toward Indonesia 2045, guided by the vision of His Excellency Mr. Prabowo Subianto and inspired by the theme of our 8th independence, our commitments are very, very clear. Indonesia must be resilient, adaptable, disruption-proof, ready for any storm of within our time. Indonesia must be sovereign, self-reliant, bending but never breaking. Indonesia must also prosperous, delivering growth that is not only strong, but also fair, inclusive, and justice. With unity of effort, with clarity of vision, and with God blessing, Indonesia will not only endure the storms of within this current turbulent world, but it also will emerge stronger, more just, and more prosperous. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo, for delivering such an insightful speech. We please kindly remain standing on stage to receive a university souvenir and certificate from the organizing committee.
Yeah, I invite you to stand on stage, and I would like to invite
We would like to invite Director of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Madian, to please present the university souvenir to Insinyur Dodi Hanggodo, the Minister of the Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia.
Also, I would like to invite the Director of Postgraduate School to give the certificate for our lecture, for our speaker today.
We will now have a group photo session with the participants as well later. Of course, next.
The next one, we have the certificate appreciation for our speaker today, given by the director of Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga.
Next, we will now have a photo session with the participants. To our guests, please stand in the middle to take a photo with the participants. Okay. For the participants, please stand up and join the photo session.
For the participants, please please sit still for this area, and the left and right area, please sit down, because we will take the first
Photo here,
Photo.
and then we will have one there and another one here.
yes.
All right. Everyone look at the camera and give your biggest smile. Smile, 1, 2, 3, and smile.
Okay, one more, Uner hebat.
Okay, next we will
Okay,
now have a photo session with this side of the participants.
The left side,
With the left side.
the left side.
Participants on the left side, please stand up.
Yang sebelah sana juga foto. Mau foto Bapak. Iya Bapak, mohon izin fotonya 3 kali ya, 1, 2, 3. Nggih. Ya, setelah ini bisa bergeser Bapak. Ngapunten. Oke, lebih cepat.
Everyone look at the camera and smile. Okay, next we will now
Satu
have
lagi
the
Bapak,
group photo
mohon
session.
izin sebelah sini.
Untuk peserta yang di tribun sini bisa langsung berdiri dan mempersiapkan diri untuk foto bersama. Once again, we thank for the presence of the Minister of the Public Works of the Republic of Indonesia for his attendance in the opening ceremony of the 9th International Conference of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga. Mana ya? Boleh nggak sih guyon-guyon sekarang habis ini?
Okay, now we continue our session.
I'm here.
All right. Indonesia is known for its rich cultural heritage. We would like to give a glimpse of its richness with the performance from our talented students.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our magnificent Roman dance. warm round of applause for our performers.
What a vibrant and beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the plenary session where we will hear various interesting topics presented by our honored speakers.
The plenary session will be moderated by Mr. Aditya Prana Iswara, PhD. Mr. Aditya is an established lecturer here at the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga with many amazing contributions to the university and surrounding community. He holds a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November and a master's of science from National Chiao Tung University and a doctor of philosophy from Chongyuan Christian University.
He is also a technical team member employed by the Environmental Ministry Regulation for Environmental Protection, a technical team member of the National Life Cycle Guideline of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the coordinator of Life Cycle Assessment and Eco-Innovation National Evaluation.
Here at the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga, Mr. Aditya is appointed as the chairperson of the International Partnership Unit of the Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga and the Department Secretary of the Disaster Management Master's degree. With his expertise and experience, he will bring various new ideas and inputs into the amazing sessions ahead of us.
Please join us welcoming Mr. Aditya Prana Iswara.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nita and Mr. Nabil. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Aditya Praniswara from Postgraduate School. So today I will moderate some panel session from our speakers. We have 3 speakers here, and for the offline session, I think I hope Dr. Ajun, could you please come forward? Yeah. Please, yeah. This forum is part of our ongoing academic and educational effort to help the academia share its ideas. And we have an incredible, insightful agenda ahead of us with 3 thought-provoking presentations from leading experts in their field. The themes we will be exploring are highly relevant to the complex global landscape we live in today. So this year, IGPS 2025 has a topic of geopolitical risk and resilience on developing for better world. So for the first session, we will hear from, we will have the honor of hearing from Dr. Arjun Karim, and the General Manager of the State Electricity Company, West Sumatra and Main Distribution Unit. Dr. Karim will be providing a brief address sharing his insight on Beyond the Greenness LWTL. And for the second session, following Dr. Arjun Karim, we will have a Professor Sedober Nestorovic, a renowned expert from the Icps Business School in Singapore. Professor Nesterovic's works often focus on geopolitical dynamics and their economic implication. He will be sharing his expertise on the China-US rivalry and its influence on ASEAN, a topic that is central to understanding contemporary international relations and regional stability. This promises to be a fascinating discussion and offering a deep dive into a geopolitical force shaping the Southeast Asia. And for the last but not least, in our panel, we will have also Dr. Teresia Audrey Esteban. Dr. Esteban is a brilliant mind from the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, and her research at the forefront of urban resilience and disaster management. And her presentation is collective engagement from disaster prone to disaster resilient city. We will explore from how community can work together to build more robust and prepare urban environment. And this is the crucial conversation, especially in the area of climate-related challenge. And the rules for this panel, the presenter will each present their topic around 30 minutes. And after all the presentation, we will open the floor for a question and answer session. And I encourage you to save your question until the end so that we can have a dynamic and cohesive discussion. And to begin, I will speak in bahasa for Dr. Arjun. Jadi rekan-rekan semua, sesi pertama nanti kita akan banyak diskusi dengan Dr. Arjun ya. Nanti untuk pertanyaan dan diskusi akan kita save di akhir seperti itu. Untuk Dr. Arjun, kami persilakan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Adit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera, shalom, swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang kami hormati Prof. Romdoni selaku Direktur Pascasarjana. Saya mungkin nggak apa satu-satu, hanya nama panggilannya Prof. Karnaji. Pernah beliau bertemu dulu awal di Airlangga, Prof. Suparto. Beliau kenal sejak 2008. Prof. Yusuf, dosen saya dulu di S3. Prof. Panca saya hafal, saya ingat karena beliau yang uji saya. Tapi baik banget. Mohon maaf bagi rekan-rekan yang dari luar negeri, tadi disebutkan di awal dari beberapa negara, kami menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Kami menyampaikan materi tentang RUPTL, Rencana Usaha Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik. Ini menjadi salah satu garis besar GBHN istilahnya tentang pembangunan kelistrikan, sarana prasarana infrastruktur energi listrik yang ada di Indonesia mulai 2025 sampai 2034. Monggo silakan, next. Untuk mengawali tadi saya menyitir beberapa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Menteri PU. Tadi sudah dalam beberapa kali slide saya lihat mulai asta cita pemerintah nomor 8 Presiden Prabowo dan Wapres Gibran. Nomor 2 tadi adalah swasembada energi. Nomor 6 adalah pembangunan peningkatan ekonomi di daerah terluar. Yang kedua, beliau menyampaikan, tadi Pak Menteri saya menyitir aja, mengulang lagi tentang pembangunan energi. Terutama tadi beliau sebutkan tentang PLTS dan PLTS terapung. Pembangunan hidro dan PLTS terapung. Itu diulang di beberapa kali. Saya tekankan di awal menjadi hal yang paling signifikan adalah tidak menjadi sombong, tapi ini menjadi sebuah realita yang fakta yang akan kita hadapi ke depan. Listrik adalah energi masa depan. Karena fosil fuel lama-kelamaan akan semakin terbatas. Kita membatasi frame ini dalam konteks energi ini, tidak mengambil dari posisi hulunya, tapi dalam ujungnya, dalam posisi hilir, listrik adalah energi masa depan. Ini sesuai dengan semangat yang tadi gambar ini terulang untuk yang kedua kalinya. Ini menjadi sebuah kebanggaan ketika Presiden menyatakan bahwa kita punya energi geotermal yang cukup. Kita punya batu bara yang sangat banyak, kita punya energi yang sangat besar, dan kita punya teknologi yang memenuhi energi kita. Dan pemerintah sudah ditegaskan berkali-kali akan fokus untuk mencapai swasembada energi. Ini tadi ada di asta cita pemerintah nomor 2. Jadi ini yang disampaikan oleh Presiden Prabowo Subianto dalam berbagai forum dan tadi dipertegas lagi oleh penyampaian Menteri PUPR Pak Anggodo. Next, monggo silakan. Dilanjut. RUPTL, Rencana Usaha Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik, menjadi garis besar, pedoman, tatanan, tuntunan, dan tontonan yang menjadi pegangan kita untuk memotret, menjalankan, mengoperasikan penyediaan tenaga listrik sampai tahun 2034. Ini dibuat per 10 tahun harusnya, 2025 kan 2025 10 tahun. Jadi 2025, 2026, 27, 28 sampai 2034. Ada beberapa signifikan yang bisa kita bedakan dari RUPTL yang sebelumnya 2021-2030 dengan 2025-2034. Yang pertama, ini menjadi poin penting, ini adalah sifatnya agregat nasional, sedangkan yang dua berbasis geospasial atau balance system regional baregional. Jadi kita akan mempertimbangkan kalau dalam konsep penyediaan tenaga listrik sebaiknya sumber listrik dekat dengan beban listrik. Jadi kalau pembangkitnya ada di Gresik, bebannya sebaiknya menanggung seputaran Gresik. Akan semakin jauh, biayanya akan semakin mahal. Memang ada istilah tagline, no transition without transmission. Tapi transmisi itu menjadi satu biaya tersendiri karena tidak mudah. Belum lagi kalau nanti melewati hutan, melewati sungai, melewati danau dan segala macam. Jadi sekarang di 2025-2034 berbasis geospasial atau balance system regional by regional. Jadi akan diperbanyak pembangunan pembangkit didekatkan dengan sumber marketnya, market kebutuhan pasarnya. Yang nomor 2, mismatch antara lokasi dan potensi EBT dengan epicentrum demand. Jadi misalkan kalau rekan-rekan yang mungkin familiar dengan pembangkit pernah ngerti PLTP itu selalu ada di pegunungan, jauh dari mana-mana. Kalau kita lihat misalkan Kamojang, Banyuwangi. Kamojang itu letaknya di ujung, dekat dengan pertanian yang notabene kebutuhan listriknya hanya untuk penerangan. Mungkin adalah rice cooker, magic chair, dan peralatan yang kecil-kecil. Sementara industri itu identik dengan laut karena memudahkan untuk sarana transportasi dan mobilisasi logistik. Yang ketiga, solar dan wind sangat kecil. Sementara transisi energi sesuai dengan kesepakatan Paris Agreement, kita akan secara perlahan merubah dari fossil fuel menjadi energi baru terbarukan. Jadi implementasi smart grid dengan menaikkan penetrasi solar dan wind. Smart grid itu sistem yang kemudian akan membaca dalam sebuah sistem PLN, dia akan mengutamakan atau first priority untuk pembangkit-pembangkit yang EBT. Kalau dulu kita istilah namanya merit order. Merit order itu berbasis pada biaya yang paling rendah. Yang paling rendah itu sementara sampai hari ini batu bara. Sementara EBT itu menjadi sangat mahal. Pertama karena teknologi, kedua karena terjiaan dan kecukupan, ketiga karena lokasi yang rata-rata jauh dari posisi demand. Itu menjadi PLEBT. Jadi kadang nanti kita akan melihat banyak orang mengatakan kenapa nggak EBT semua? Kenapa kok masih ada solar? Ini menjadi salah satu perlu yang dikaji lebih dalam, tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan solar PV semakin lama akan semakin murah. Dulu solar PV itu per kWh masih sekitar 24 sen. Sekarang sudah bisa tembus 6 sen. Seperti tadi di presentasinya Pak Menteri PUPR, ada yang saat ini solar PV yang terbesar di Indonesia adalah di PLTA Cirata, 90 megawatt peak atau sekitar 110 sampai 120 megawatt AC, MWAC. Jadi disediakan 110-120, tapi mampu dibangkitkan sekitar 90. Jadi istilahnya gitu. Jadi kalau dilihat MWP-nya, jangan MWAC-nya. Terus yang keempat, investor gusar untuk berinvestasi di proyek EBT. Kalau sekarang investor bergairah untuk berinvestasi di proyek EBT. Salah satu berita yang terbaru adalah terbitnya Permen SDM tentang PLTS sampah. PLTS sampah dulu per kWh itu hanya di harga sekitar pemerintah mampu beli hanya di sekitar 12 sampai 14 sen. Sementara pelaku swasta, pengusaha itu meminta di kisaran 25 sampai 26 sen per kWh. Keputusan terbitnya regulasi yang terbaru 20 sen per kWh. Salah satu kasus di Jawa Timur adalah agak berlarut-larut tentang PLTS Benowo. PLTS Benowo itu dalam pengelolaan PLTS ada dua, pengusahaan listrik dan tapping fee untuk pengelolaan sampahnya. PLN membeli untuk listriknya, sementara tapping fee-nya siapa yang harus nanggung. Nah, sekarang dijadikan satu, di blending seharga kurang lebih 20. Moga-moga dengan semakin berkembangnya teknologi, angka 20 sen ini bukan angka yang memberatkan, tapi menjadi angka yang menarik bagi para pengusaha IPP. Jadi nanti adalah PLTS kita perlakukan sebagai IPP, Independent Power Producer. Jadi PLN tinggal membeli saja listriknya, hasil listriknya. Dan yang terakhir, tidak mempertimbangkan resiko fluktuasi demand. Pada RUPTL, resiko fluktuasi demand dipetakan dan dimitigasi satu persatu. Salah satu kendala EBT adalah ketersediaan. Kalau solar PV, teman-teman bilang solar PV itu kendalanya ada 3. Di antaranya yang pertama, butuh luasan yang tinggi. 1 MW itu kurang lebih 1 hektar. Kurang lebih, practically, pragmatis. Yang kedua, tidak semua daerah di Indonesia punya iradiasi sinar matahari yang jumlahnya maksimal. Surabaya kebetulan tidak terlalu, walaupun orang bilang panas banget, tapi kadang mendung, kadang hujan. Kalau kita lihat nanti ada di peta, itu NTT menjadi daerah yang untuk iradiasinya paling tinggi untuk angin dan matahari. Kebetulan saya pernah berdinas di NTT. Jadi kalau Surabaya tidak. Yang ketiga, kita tidak menyalahkan alam. Alam saya yakin Tuhan itu menciptakan dengan semua maha bijak, maha hebat, dan maha segalanya. Tapi kita harus mengelola, melakukan mitigasi dengan apa yang sudah diberikan. Kadang ada hujan, kadang mendung, kadang mataharinya cuma separuh-separuh. Kalau bahasa Jawa mungkin kriip-kriip gitu istilahnya. Nah, itu salah satu kendala EBT. Sama dengan angin. Kadang anginnya ada, sepoi-sepoi. Kadang nggak ada sama sekali, kita malah hidupkan kipas angin. Walaupun katanya salah satu kesalahan menciptakan guyonan. Ada salah satu suku, mungkin teman-teman bilang, salah satu kesalahan menciptakan pesawat ATR itu adalah karena satu. Kalau pesawatnya belum jalan di dalam sumuk, kenapa kok baling-balingnya kipas anginnya di luar, kok nggak di dalam? Nah, teman-teman mungkin paham semua dari mana itu, dari sebelah kayaknya. Monggo lanjut, silakan. Nah, ini adalah 5 elemen sustainability, keberlanjutan yang menjadi pertimbangan utama dalam penerbitan RUPTL. Yang pertama, energy security. Seperti disebutkan dan sudah menjadi komitmen pemerintah bahwa pemerintah akan mengusahakan untuk bisa mandiri secara energi. Salah satu contoh kasus saja, kita tidak melihat di Jawa, mungkin di Jawa sudah relatif tidak ada pemadaman kecuali ada gangguan. Dalam analogi PLN, kami punya 2 ukuran, SAIDI dan SAIFI, duration dan frequency. Tapi artinya bahwa dalam hal ini PLN sudah berusaha untuk meminimalisir semua potensi pemadaman, kecuali ada bencana dan segala macam. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, environmental sustainability. Kalau kita baca Undang-Undang 30 2009, PLN itu diwajibkan sebagai operator tenaga listrik kepanjangan pemerintah untuk menyediakan tenaga listrik dalam 3 aspek. Yang pertama aman bagi manusia, bagi pelaku ketenaga listrikan, dan ramah lingkungan. Yang kedua cukup dan andal. Cukup itu jumlahnya cukup dan nggak gampang biarpet. Dan yang terakhir adalah affordable, bisa dijangkau. Bukan berarti murah, tapi bisa diterima oleh konsumen, pelaku usaha, oleh pengusaha listrik, dan oleh masyarakat dalam hal ini operatornya. Nah, environmental sustainability itu menjadi bagian bahwa sebaiknya PLN nantinya pengembangan RUPTL Green Energy itu akan semakin ditingkatkan. Nanti akan kita lihat di beberapa slide selanjutnya, kita bisa menunjukkan bahwa pemerintah sudah berkomitmen untuk mengedepankan pembangunan EBT. Yang selanjutnya, kebijakan sustainability adalah electricity system sustainability. Masih menjadi rahasia umum bahwa sistem Bali, sistem Sumatera, sistem Jawa, sistem Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Irian itu menjadi satu sistem island yang berbeda-beda. Itu dalam satu potret besar. Kalau kita lihat, kebetulan saya pernah di Bangka Belitung, saya di NTT, dan saya sekarang ada di Sumbar. Dalam Provinsi Sumbar, itu ada satu kepulauan yang masih ada 17 sistem isolated, namanya Kepulauan Mentawai. Ada 17. 17 itu 5 jam menyala 24 jam, 5 sistem. 5 sistem menyala 12 jam, dan 7 sistem masih menyala 6 jam. Di Bangka Belitung itu saya masih ingat ada 12 sistem di Bangka Belitung. 12 sistem, 5 di sistem Pulau Bangka, dan 7 di sistem Pulau Belitung. Sama juga dengan NTT masih banyak. Di Jawa Timur juga ada. Kalau kita bergeser ke Pulau Madura, benar Madura sudah ada kabel Jawa Madura crossing. Tapi Pulau Kangean, Pulau Sapudi, Pulau Raas itu masih menggunakan sumber-sumber listrik yang tidak ramah lingkungan, isolated. Jadi bisa jadi mereka 12 jam, 24 jam, atau bahkan 6 jam. Pakai PLTD, pakai PLTS atau pakai BESS. BESS itu Battery Energy Storage System. Kalau Super Sun kalau dalam bahasa kita. Kebetulan saya kemarin mengunjungi salah satu SD di Kepulauan Mentawai yang hanya bisa menyediakan listrik sekitar 12 jam. Karena memang lewat pegunungan, lewat hutan. Jadi saya kemarin merasakan sendiri melewati salah satu SD di namanya SD Batu Monga, ada di Instagramnya PLTD Sumbar. Untuk ke sana itu harus naik perahu, bukan perahu kapal cepat yang kita lihat kalau dari Gresik Pebawean. Tapi nanti perahu yang benar-benar nggak gampang, yang luar biasa dengan ombak yang kita nggak bisa ngerti ombaknya bersahabat atau enggak. Masih melewati hutan, jalan setapak yang jalannya belum aspal. Jadi bisa dibayangkan kalau teman-teman membawa genset, membawa PLTS itu harus perjuangan yang luar biasa. Yang selanjutnya dari sisi BUMN adalah corporate financial sustainability, yaitu keberlanjutan akan kelayakan keuangannya. Jangan sampai harga listrik itu memberatkan masyarakat, memberatkan pengusaha, atau bahkan memberatkan operatornya sendiri. Karena kalau teman-teman bilang, mohon maaf saya tidak ngeklaim di sini, kenapa PLN monopoli kok masih rugi? Pertanyaan yang klasik yang semua menanyakan. BPP listrik itu teman-teman akan ngerasakan ketika seseorang punya genset yang kecil maupun yang besar. Berapa liter yang diproduksi untuk mengoperasikan listrik dalam satu hari. Jadi kenapa listrik PLN sebetulnya bisa murah? Karena ada subsidi bagi golongan 3 golongan, perumahan, sosial, dan ada 3 golongan, dan 2 kompensasi untuk industri dan tegangan tinggi. Jadi listrik bisa murah karena ada subsidi dan kompensasi. Kalau tidak ada subsidi dan kompensasi, sebetulnya harga listrik mungkin tidak harganya mungkin akan sangat nggak familiar. Jadi kenapa masih masih rugi? Ya karena BPP-nya dengan yang dijual ke masyarakat itu masih lebih tinggi BPP-nya, biaya pokok produksi. Yang paling murah adalah coal maksudnya batu bara, itu di kisaran sekitar 600 sampai 900 rupiah per kWh. Sementara kalau teman-teman melihat rekening listrik yang golongan R1 450 itu dijual sekitar 700-an lah, 690. Itu belum termasuk biaya investasi transmisi dan biaya investasi peralatan distribusi. Itu hanya baru menghitung di produksi batu baranya saja, listriknya di pabriknya. Sementara dijual ke masyarakat harga segitu. Ya, itu margin. Tapi tetap menjadi PR, bukan kami membela diri, gimana PLN bisa melakukan efektivitas dan efisiensi di semua sektor pembiayaan sehingga biaya itu akan semakin murah mulai dari hulu sampai hilir, mulai dari pembangkitan, transmisi, dan distribusinya. Dan yang terakhir adalah sama fiscal sustainability. Jadi hampir 90 triliun pemerintah kucurkan untuk memberikan subsidi dan kompensasi atas biaya listrik yang diberikan ke masyarakat. Nah, itu yang juga dipertimbangkan, jangan sampai karena EBT semua, kemudian biayanya naik, sementara harga jual ke masyarakat tetap nggak berubah. TDL itu sudah tidak naik selama 5 tahun. Jadi setiap tahun menjadi sebuah isu politik populis bahwa TDL tidak boleh dinaikkan. Di sisi lain, itu yang jadi PR bahwa kemudian pemerintah harus memikirkan untuk tetap memberikan subsidi dan kompensasi atas selisih biaya produksi dan biaya yang dijual ke masyarakat pengguna. Next. Ada batasan waktu biar agak cepat. Oh, 15 menit kali. Baik, ini gambaran. New RPTL yang baru akan meningkatkan penetrasi solar dan wind. Ini yang paling banyak. Karena tadi disebutkan di awal, ditempatkan pada daerah-daerah yang isolated. Kebijakan terbaru, kita baru menerima 2 malam, kita dapat perintah dari arahan dari manajemen PLN, dalam hal ini Pak Dirut, untuk mendata semua potensi genset diesel yang ada di isolated dan berapa biaya yang dibutuhkan seandainya diganti menjadi PLTS semua. Itu menjadi PR. Ini lagi proses berjalan sampai 1 minggu ke depan. Nanti akan kita laporkan. bisa dibayangkan ada kenaikan kurang lebih 5 kali lebih, dari 5 menjadi 27 gigawatt di RUPTL 2025-2034. Makanya sekarang PLN tidak akan bisa sendiri, tapi PLN membuka diri kepada semua pengusaha masyarakat untuk sama-sama menyediakan listrik bagi masyarakat, yaitu listrik EBT. Next. Ini dalam RUPTL, 76% penambahannya hampir semuanya dari EBT, termasuk 500 megawatt energi nuklir. Ini ada penambahan, sebelumnya belum pernah ada. Ini ditambahkan, ini ada perinciannya, total 69,5 gigawatt, ini tulisannya agak kecil. Ada hidro 11,7, tadi ada di presentasi Pak Menteri, bioenergi itu termasuk sampah, terus kemudian kayu. Ada panas bumi 5,2, kalau di Jawa Timur ada di Banyuwangi, surya 17,1, ada bayu 7 angin 7,2, sudah ada di Sidrap, sudah ada di NTT, di Timur Tengah, di Kabupaten Soe, dan nuklir 0,500 megawatt, tapi belum ada, baru uji coba yang di Puspetek Serpong ada 1 MW, dan BESS, baterai energy storage system, dan pump storage, sama ini 6,27 GWh atau 6 GWh untuk BESS dan 10,3 GW untuk storage dan pump storage 4,3. Next. Bisa kita lihat di sini di RUPTL total kapasitas pembangkit EBT 20,9 sementara EBT storage jadi 52,9. Untuk non EBT 19,7 ini turun malah di RUPTL yang akan datang. Untuk non EBT malah turun dari 16,6. Nuklir ini tadi bisa sebutkan, storage dan pembangkit 42 yang green 0,1 gigawatt. Next. Ini bauran energi, jadi bauran energi terbarukan totally nanti akan naik dari 2024 estimasi jika tidak ada perubahan dan bisa berjalan karena memang tidak semudah itu kemudian membangun bangkit karena masalah di lapangan juga sedemikian kompleks, masalah isu sosial, masalah teknis, kondisi medan, dan segala macam, akan naik sekitar kurang lebih 12% menjadi 34,3%. Kurang lebih 2,5 kali pertumbuhan energi EBT. Next. Ini gambaran, jadi wind farm planning, wind farm planning dan wind resource yang ada, bisa kita lihat daerah yang merah adalah daerah-daerah yang berpotensi dan kebetulan rata-rata di pinggir pantai. Tidak ada yang di tengah, jadi di pinggir pantai mulai pantai selatan, ini daerah NTT, NTB, ini daerah Maluku, daerah seputaran Papua dan Kalimantan Selatan. Oh, monggo, sudah hampir habis. Sudah hampir habis. Next. Ini beberapa proyek project list yang proses pengadaan. Jadi ini sesuai dengan daftar RUPTL, sudah ada yang rencana, sudah ada yang proses pengadaan, dan ada in progress construction. Ada 2 slide, kita lewati, hampir ada di semua provinsi. Ini adalah developernya. Next, yang kedua juga masih sama, bisa kita lewati. Nah, ini yang terakhir, kami dari PLN siap untuk menjalankan arahan pemerintah untuk bergotong royong mengeksekusi RUPTL 2025-2034 untuk mendukung tercapainya swasembada energi yang berkeadilan dan pertumbuhan ekonomi 8% sampai 2029. Semoga apa yang menjadi niat baik ini mendapat kemudahan dan di lapangan memang bisa diwujudkan. Dan tentunya dukungan dari dalam hal ini saya duduk di sini dari akademisi, dari regulator, dari para korporasi. Kalau nggak salah sudah habis? Ya, next. Terima kasih atas segala perhatiannya. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Arjun. Okay, thank you very much. I know you have a lot of question about the PLN, kenapa PLN terus merugi dan sebagainya. We will discuss later, okay? So next session we will have Professor Sedomir Nestorovic. Good afternoon, Professor. I think you have joined in the Zoom. Okay, now we meet again in different session, yeah. Professor Nestorovic is the author of the book Geopolitics and Business, Relevance and Resonance, published by Springer in 2023. He regularly teaches in Paris, Mannheim, Tokyo, Seoul, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and many other countries. So it is very honored to have him in our session today. Even though this is an online, I hope you can take this honor as and his knowledge in your session. Oke, untuk Pak Arjun mungkin kita kembali ke tempat dulu. Nanti kita akan kembali di akhir sesi. Terima kasih, Prof. Nastorovic. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for not being with you today because I'm teaching here in Singapore, but I'm happy to join you. And we have a long-lasting cooperation with Erlanger University, so I'm very happy to be with you today. So as it has been indicated, I'm a professor of geopolitics, so obviously I will talk about one geopolitical issue. And today, the most important geopolitical issue is the US-China rivalry and what can it be an influence on ASEAN. It will be mainly from the business point of view, because we are in a business school, but I will also touch a little bit upon the security and the military options. So why do we have a US-China rivalry? On this slide, we have the explanation about the evolution of trade between the United States and China. And as you can see, starting in the 90s, there was already a deficit on the American side, but it was not too big deficit. Now, the deficit is much, much bigger. So for some US presidents, especially concerning Donald Trump, this was something that we have to change. So this is concerning the deficit. And the second thing, which was extremely annoying for the United States, is that China has become a manufacturing powerhouse. And as you can see, China is practically producing twice the production that we have in the United States. So of course, we have to put the services, we have to put finance and so on. But when we talk only about the manufacturing output, we cannot compare the United States to China. So the United States is losing. And this is why the American President Donald Trump is initiating some measures, especially if we look at the future. So the future is showing that the Chinese output will be even bigger when we look at the projection in 2030. So these are the reasons why the United States has implemented a certain number of tariffs, not only on China, but also on all other countries, the so-called reciprocal tariffs. However, these tariffs are very funny to look at because they are evolving over the time. So if we just look at the latest tariffs concerning ASEAN countries, for instance, the previous tariff rate, which has been imposed by Donald Trump on Indonesia, was 32%. Now it is 19%. We don't know what will be in the future, but it is evolving over the time, and it is evolving, I would say, in the right direction, except for two countries, for Laos and Myanmar. So here we have very high tariffs, but for all the other countries, the tariffs are going down, especially if you are looking at the situation concerning Cambodia and Vietnam. It has been practically reduced by more than 50%. So this is why today, this is the biggest issue in our time. And it is not something new, because if we are looking at the situation in previous years, this is an excerpt from the Foreign Affairs magazine in 2020 by the previous Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong. But we have to put this in context. In 2020, we are in the middle of the COVID-19 crisis. But from the point of view of the Prime Minister in Singapore, this was not the biggest issue. The biggest issue was the US-China rivalry. So this US-China rivalry, for him, is a fundamental issue of our time. So it was the case in 2020, and it is still the case today, because Donald Trump is coming back to power today. Now, between the two countries, we have to see what is the relationship. And we are talking about something which is called the Thucydides trap. The Thucydides was a former Greek historian, and he was talking about the war between Sparta and Athens at that time. Okay, so today we have practically a war between China and the United States. And the United States, according to all the figures that I mentioned before, believes that they are losing, but it's not a new thing. This was a meeting in China, and this meeting was in 2012. So it was 13 years back. So 13 years back, there was a question, does China's rise spell America's decline? And for many people in the US, the answer is yes. If China is rising, it means that the United States is losing. And this is a narrative which is not accepted in China. In China, they're saying, no, we can progress, both of us. And they're looking at a historical perspective, which is coming from a Western source, which is the OECD. There was a very interesting book concerning the world economy for the last 2,000 years. So the Chinese perspective is the following one. This is the history of the balance of power. So if you are looking at the two colors, the crimson color, it is the upper color, this is China. The red color, this is India. So 2,000 years back, China and India, they commanded about 80% of total GDP, if we transfer the GDP of today with the situation 2,000 years back, 80%. This is the known world. We don't have Africa, we don't have Latin America, we don't have Northern America inside. So for the known world at that time, this was the situation. And the blue color, especially the deep blue color, is the United States. So the peak was around the 1950s or 1960s of the last century. That was the time when the Western powers dominated the most the world. And after that, gradually it is going down. So the Chinese narrative is to say that we are gradually going back to the natural position, because the domination of Western countries, according to India and China, is not a natural position. The natural position is that China and India rule the world. So they are using this information which is coming from the Western source in order to say, don't panic. We are here to stay. We have been here for thousands of years. Okay, so for the previous couple of centuries, you have dominated the world, but now it is our turn to come back to the natural position. That's the narrative which is coming from the two countries. Now, will there be a war between the United States and China? So this is why we are going back to the Thucydides trap. So the Thucydides trap is talking about a war 5 centuries ago between Sparta and Athens, okay? And he wrote a book. He was the first historian, okay? So the main point in the book is the following one. It was the rise of Athens and the fear that this inspired in Sparta that made the war inevitable. At that time, Sparta was the established power, and Athens was the rising power. So the question is, who will initiate the war between these two? The example from Sparta and Athens is that the established power will initiate a war because it fears that the rising power will take over. So this is what we call a preventive war. So the preventive war is that the established power will launch a war. Now, let's change the two terms and we replace Sparta with the United States because it is the established power, and we replace Athens with China because it is a rising power. Okay. So in that case, if we follow this example, the United States will launch a war against China because China doesn't have any interest in launching a war against the United States. So it will be launched by an established power. So this is the Thucydides trap. The Thucydides trap is the main theme of one book written by Graham Allison from the Harvard University in the United States. And this book is very famous now. It is called Destined for War. Can America and China escape Thucydides trap? Because the Thucydides trap is to say there will be a war. And Graham Allison is saying maybe not. So in the book, he is also quoting some example when there was not a war between them. So the main variable that we have here is the fear, meaning is the United States fearing China? If they are afraid of China, in that case, maybe they will launch some kind of war. And here we have the evolution of opinion in the United States about China. So this evolution is showing, especially concerning the military power, that in the United States, the fear is quite important. The critical threat is at 66%. Important but not critical is passing from 45 to 27. So it shows that the public opinion in the United States is quite afraid about the military power. And we have seen the prowess of the military power in China in the previous weeks. You have seen the short war between India and Pakistan, when some Western jets have been allegedly taken down by Chinese jets. So it is giving a boost to the military capacity, especially military industry in China. And second thing, there was a military parade in Beijing just a few weeks ago. And this military parade has also shown the whole world what is the might of China. So in the US, I presume that the fear of China will only grow in the future. The second one is the economic power. So concerning economic power, in the United States, the public opinion is still fearing the economic power. We are passing from about, let's say, 52 or 53% to 64% people who believe that the economic power of China represents a critical threat to the United States. So when we put together both of them, that is the military threat and the economic threat, automatically we are going back to the Thucydides trap, and maybe the United States will launch a war against China. So now no one believes that there would be a real war. Who can imagine that the United States will attack China? This is impossible to imagine. However, an economic war or a trade war is of course possible. And this is exactly what is happening today. So we are in the middle of the Thucydides trap from the trade point of view, not from the military point of view. And it is also showing the Western attitude concerning China, because for years they did not know what to do. So now they are presenting a multipolar approach. So the multipolar approach is to say, okay, we have China threat from the military point of view or from the economic point of view. So we will consider we can cooperate with China in some domains. It can be, for instance, electrical vehicles. In some domains, we will compete with China. So it can be in services, etc. And in some domains, we will challenge China. For instance, when it comes to the free passage in the South China Sea, or when it comes to the Taiwan Straits, this is where we will challenge China. So at the same time, we can cooperate, we can compete, and we can challenge. So that's the attitude that we have today coming from the Western countries. Now, concerning ASEAN, they may have a little bit different point of view. There was a survey concerning the Americans, but there was also a survey concerning ASEAN countries. And this is the evolution. if ASEAN is forced to align itself, align means if they have to choose between China and the United States. So here we have the two colors. You have the blue color for the US and you have the red color for China. So the question was to see if the public opinion in ASEAN countries is going to align more with the United States or with China. So there is a historic of that from 2020 to 2025. So let's look at the situation. Practically, it has evolved over the time, but compare 2025 to 2020, it is practically the same, meaning ASEAN is leaning a little bit towards the United States. It was 53.6% in 2020. It is 52.3% in 2025. So it did not evolve very much. The big evolution was in 2023, when here we had 61% people in ASEAN who believed that it would be preferable to go with the United States rather than to go with China. And here we have several questions, for instance, concerning the political and the strategic influence in Southeast Asia. And we can see that China has a slight domination over the United States from the political and strategic influence. And you can have plenty of information concerning all this. I will send you the slides so you can look at all the results coming from the poll in ASEAN. Now, concerning the first one, which is the political and military, and after that we will look at the economic side, there are various ways how we can assess what is the power, especially the military power in one country. So this one is coming from the Lowy Institute. The Lowy Institute is in Australia. But the problem with the Lowy Institute is that it is a comprehensive one. It takes into account military, economy, diplomatic influence, social influence, cultural influence, etc., etc. So according to all these elements together, Singapore is number one in ASEAN. And after that, you have all the other countries. But this is a comprehensive approach. The other one, when we are looking only at the military side of ASEAN, Indonesia, as the biggest country, is the number one. So in this case, we are making a reference to the global firepower. So this is the best resource. It is the most credible resource that we have about the military power in the world. And there is a scale. So the scale is, if you are close to zero, you are the most important one. And as far as you are going from the zero, in that case, your military power is going down. What is interesting is the difference between Thailand and Cambodia. And as you know, there was a skirmish on the border between Thailand and Cambodia. When we look at the military capacity of Thailand and over Cambodia, there is a big difference between them. However, unfortunately, the issue has been resolved diplomatically. Now, when we are looking at the economic side, from the economic side, let's imagine that for China, it is very difficult to go to the United States now. Okay, so in that case, they have to look for other markets. ASEAN, the total population of ASEAN is 700 million people. The total population in the US is 340. So it means that the ASEAN population doubles the population in the United States. For the European Union, we are at 450. Still, the ASEAN population is more than 50% higher than the population in the European Union. So only from this point of view, if we are looking at the number of people, and by extension, if we believe that the number of people equals the number of potential customers, in that case, we have definitely a leading position of ASEAN over the United States and the European Union. Of course, we have to compensate this with money, because we have more money in the US and in the European Union than in ASEAN. But if you are only looking at the number of people, definitely China will come to ASEAN. And China will say, if the markets are, let's say, blocked in the United States and in the European Union, in that case, ASEAN represents a credible alternative. Now, concerning the evolution of economies, because this is where we are going to look for the future. As you can see on this slide, we see that for the Southeast Asia, the average growth is 4.3% in 2026. The growth in the US is 1.5 to 1.8. The growth in the European Union is 1.1%. What is the conclusion? If I am a Chinese company, and if I am looking for the future markets, where will I invest for the next 20 years? Where will I invest for the next 30 years? Just by looking at the growth represented by the group in ASEAN and the growth represented by the United States and the European Union, automatically I will go to ASEAN. And within ASEAN, we have two countries. We have Singapore and Thailand with a very small growth, which is corresponding to the growth in the United States. But it means that other countries of ASEAN, for instance, Indonesia, have a growth which is higher than the average in ASEAN. So in that case, we are making also a distinction between the countries. So if I am summarizing it, if I am putting the number of people, if I am putting the average growth, I will definitely, if I combine these two elements, I am going to two countries. I am going to Indonesia and I'm going to Vietnam. Now, if we look at another indicator, and the indicator is the GDP per capita. Here, there is a big, big difference, because there is one country which is outside of the league. It is Singapore. This is where I am. So the GDP per capita is even higher than in the United States. The United States is $85,000. European Union, on average, is 44. So within the European Union, we also have big, big differences between Luxembourg, which is higher than Singapore, and Bulgaria, which is extremely low. But on average, it is 44,000. So this is why this compensation is saying, okay, ASEAN is very interesting for the future. So Chinese companies will invest in ASEAN for the future, not necessarily for the present, because the GDP per capita is not strong enough. But the total number of people and the growth, which is represented by ASEAN and especially by Indonesia, is a very interesting one. So I will just skip this and ask one final question. What to do if we are in ASEAN and if we see that there is a competition between the United States and China? The question is what to do. So we can have two options. Either we have a standalone policy. So a standalone policy is to say, okay, we are all independent countries in ASEAN. We have 10 countries in ASEAN, and every country will have its own position. Every country will have its own, I would say, offer on the market, and will negotiate independently with China and with the United States separately and separately from the other countries of ASEAN. The other option is to join a group and to have a group negotiation rather than to have an individual negotiation. So ASEAN for the moment is far away from the integration that we have in the European Union. But still, it can represent something, and we have free trade agreements which are in preparation between the European Union and ASEAN. Today they have it with individual countries, but probably in the future we will have something between a group of countries called ASEAN and the group of countries which is called the European Union. On the political stage, we also have groups. So the previous group, it used to be called the non-aligned movement. So this was the first conference in Delhi. So behind 1947, so India is not independent yet, in April 1947, but we already have a conference there. That's the first conference. The second conference, which is of course much closer to Indonesia, is the conference in Bandung in 1955. So this Asian African conference was extremely important one because it paved way to the conference that we had in Belgrade in 1961, which established the movement of non-aligned countries. And this movement of non-aligned countries was an extremely interesting one. Here we have the situation in 1961 for the countries. So we have 3 countries coming from ASEAN at that time. We had Indonesia, we had Cambodia, and we have Myanmar, which have
Prof.
joined.
Sidomir,
Yes.
I think you have 5 minutes left.
Yes,
That
yeah,
okay?
I will finish. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So we will, we have this 3 countries, we have joined the non-aligned movement. So these 3 countries are still present day. Today, the non-aligned movement, all ASEAN countries are members of the non-aligned movement, but it is not as important as it used to be in the past. The second group is the BRICS. So for the BRICS, we had 4 countries. After that, we have 5 countries. Now we have 10 countries. Among the ASEAN countries, Indonesia is now a full member of the BRICS. We have other countries which are called partner countries or which are submitting their application in order to be members of the BRICS. So contrary to the non-aligned movement, here within the BRICS, we believe that all countries are equal, etc. However, within the BRICS, there is one country which is standing out, and this country is China. So this is another way how we can do this. In order to finish, I will just mention one case. So this case is a very interesting association, and it is composed of 5 countries. It is called the MICTA. So you will probably recognize the people who are on this picture. MICTA stands for Mexico, for Indonesia, for South Korea, for Turkey, and for Australia. And I don't know many other countries where you have global South countries and global North countries which are part of the same association. So for the moment, this association is more cultural association, educational association, people-to-people association. But maybe in the future, if the rivalry between China and the United States is continuing to be as big as it is today, maybe the MICTA countries can say, okay, let's activate something and let's do something. Contrary to the BRICS, in the BRICS, you don't have global North countries. Here you have global North and global South countries. So maybe this is a model for the future in order to get out of the global North versus global South. There is a possibility for cooperation. And I will stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Nestorovic. Give applause to Professor Nestorovic. Okay. So for the next agenda or session, I think I also invite Dr. Ajrun to come on the stage. We will have a discussion with Professor Nestorovic. You still have time, right, Professor?
I have 5 minutes, and after that, I have to go to teach.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, because you have a very tight schedule. I think
Yes.
I will directly mention a question to you because there's some interesting question that appear
Yes.
in the from the attendance. So for Pak Ajrun, wait a minute, okay? Yeah. And there's a question, Professor Nestorovic. Singapore has highest military capability, and so maybe it is really strong. How can it influence the US-China tension in ASEAN, and how Indonesia should move to influence or minimally not affected by the tension between US and China? Thank you.
So concerning Singapore, the fact is that they have not many people, meaning they don't have an army, which is measured in millions of people. They have a smaller army, but they have a very, I would say, technological army. So this technological army means that they can concentrate on the latest weapons. They can concentrate on the latest techniques which are coming from the whole world. So for the moment, all the military, that is all the equipment is coming from the Western countries. And the fact is that the Changi Naval Base can be used by the US Navy is also meaning that it is leaning more towards the United States rather than to China. Finally, concerning Singapore, and this is the difference that we have with Indonesia, Singapore is a small country, and it is an island, and it is completely surrounded by Malaysia on one side and Indonesia on the other side. So for Singapore, it is quite easy to concentrate and to control the territory, because there will be very few points of entry. If someone, God forbidden, it will not happen. If someone is attacking Singapore, there would be very few points of entry for that. While for other countries, and especially concerning Indonesia, Indonesia is a very fragmented country by the number of islands that you have. So again, God forbidden, if someone would like to attack Indonesia, there are so many entry points concerning the attack on Indonesia that it would be hard for any country, even for China or for the United States, to defend all the different islands of Indonesia at the same time. So today, what Indonesia is doing is to balance. So they're balancing between the United States, balancing with the European Union, but they're also balancing with China, because Indonesia doesn't want to be caught in between of the fire between the US and China. So at the same time, we have seen President Prabowo going to the parade in Beijing, but before that, on the 14th of July, for the National Day in France, he went to Paris. And Indonesian soldiers were also marching during the event in Paris. And this is a unique thing, because France doesn't invite many other nations in order to participate to this one. So Indonesia was the guest of honor and the only one during this parade, and President Prabowo also attended the parade in Beijing. We don't have many heads of state in the world who can do that. That is, attending one parade in a Western country and another parade in China. So for the moment, no one in ASEAN, no one in the world would like to have a war between the United States and China. So all countries will try to balance. Some countries are leaning more towards the United States rather than towards China, and some other would like to have an equilibrium between them. So that's the situation that we have today.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nestorovic. There's one last question for you before you leave the session. Okay, yeah. There's a specific barrier, and what kind of collaboration or cooperation among ASEAN members in implementing climate change initiative in time of the great power rivalry in this region, and in what ways can ASEAN leverage its unique geographical and cultural diversity to create innovative solutions for climate change adaptation? So what is your opinion about the collaboration between ASEAN to initiative the climate change mitigation?
Very good question, because climate change is usually referring to energy. How do we get energy? And there was a presentation about energy just before. So the question is, can we cooperate within ASEAN concerning the manufacture, concerning the production of energy and the use of energy? And as we know, there are countries such as the Philippines and Indonesia where electricity is mainly coming from coal plants. And if we consider that coal plants are not good, however, maybe you have seen that Donald Trump is saying that he will build clean coal plants. So it has to be seen how he is going to do this. But let's imagine that we want to get rid of the coal plants. We have only two options. So the first option is to bring electricity from hydro plants. So the hydro plants are usually on the Mekong River. So in that case, it will be from Laos, it will be from Cambodia, from Vietnam, from Thailand. And we are bringing this electricity to, let's say, Malaysia, or we are bringing it to Singapore. So this is one way. Or we are bringing it directly from Indonesia, but not very much. In order to transform the energy production, we will definitely go towards nuclear. And many countries, including Singapore, is investigating the possibility of nuclear plants. Of course, these nuclear plants are not the big plants that we used to have before. They will be compact, they will be smaller, but this is the future. Now, we also have a bad example. So the bad example is coming from the Philippines. They have built a big nuclear plant in the past, and it has never been put into operation. But maybe today we will go again to this situation, not only to produce electricity, but also to exchange electricity within ASEAN. And I believe that in the future there would be options. Even today, they are working on exchanging electricity and bringing electricity to the other places. Because, for instance, if we have electrical vehicles, this electricity must come from somewhere. So these electrical vehicles, they will use chargeable batteries, but still we need electricity in order to charge them. So this is why I believe that in the future, there would be two areas concerning cooperation. The first one will be electricity coming from hydro plants, and the second one, electricity coming from nuclear plants. And there would be like an internal market within the ASEAN in order to exchange and to sell electricity. But for that, we need an electrical grid. For the moment, we don't have a comprehensive electrical grid for all countries in ASEAN, but I believe that in the future it will be possible to have it. And if we have this electrical grid, in that case, the fight against the climate change and the emission of carbon will be much lower.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. It is really comprehensive. So please write it down, right? Okay.
Thank you very much. And
Professor
have a
Mr.
nice
Rufik.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, have a nice day. Thank you. You may leave the session.
Okay.
See you again
Thank you.
in
Thank
the
you.
future. Okay. Baik, we will move for another question with Dr. Arjun. So in here I will speak in bahasa. Pak Arjun, terima kasih banyak materinya, cukup menarik. Nah, ini ada dua pertanyaan yang ditanyakan oleh peserta, Pak. Yang pertama dari beberapa report ya. Jadi kan ada banyak sekali gap dalam accountability terkait program energi dan ambisi yang diinginkan oleh pemerintah dan yang sekarang aktualnya itu seperti apa. Contoh seperti era Pak Jokowi, targetnya beliau kan 35.000 megawatt ya. Nah itu belum terlaksana sepenuhnya. Ini bagaimana kita bisa move ke arah yang lebih baik dan kita bisa memastikan bahwa akuntabilitas akan muncul untuk dari kebijakan pemerintah untuk PLN. Monggo, Pak Ajrun. Pertanyaan pertama dulu.
Yes. Makasih Mas Aditya. Saya mengomentari Prof tadi pinginnya usul. Jadi beliau juga menyampaikan yang di terakhir sebetulnya kita punya di ASEAN itu punya namanya Hapua. Jadi salah satu usulannya adalah transmisi itu menyeberang antar pulau dan antar negara. Tadi kan beliau sudah sampaikan. Jadi no transition without transmission.
Ya.
Nggak akan ada transisi energi kalau tidak ada transmisi. Karena transmisi itu salah satu menjadi jembatan untuk mendeliver, mengevakuasi daya dari pembangkit EBT yang notabene letaknya ada di pedalaman. Tadi kan beliau bilang hidro gitu, rata-rata letaknya ada di pedalaman. Kalau di sini teman-teman di Jawa Timur, sorry agak jawabnya, saya tadi tertarik mengomentari. Di Jawa Timur ada 16 PLTA. Kebetulan saya pernah dinas di PT PJB unit pembangkitan berantas, 16 PLTA di 5 kabupaten. Di Malang ada 4, 5. Mulai dari Ampel Gading, Sutami, Sengguruh, Mendalan, Siman. Itu letaknya ada di dalam-dalam semuanya. Lah, kita butuh transmisi seperti yang tadi disampaikan oleh panelis pertama, speaker pertama. Nah, sekarang saya menjawab pertanyaannya Mas Aditya. Jadi gini, kita tidak ingin mengoreksi kesalahan apapun. Kita tidak ingin terlibat dalam konteks politik, tapi kita melihat lebih ke teknis, fungsi teknis. 35.000 memang tidak terbangun sepenuhnya. Menjadi pembelajaran bahwa ternyata salah satunya pembangkit yang dibangun ternyata pembangkit dari Cina grade C, bukan grade, bahkan ada yang grade D gitu. Banyak pembangkit PLTU di beberapa lokasi, misalkan di Kalimantan Barat, di Ambon, di beberapa tempat tidak terselesaikan karena isu sosial, isu teknis maupun isu administratif. Di antaranya karena ternyata peralatan yang datang sangat tidak layak untuk dipasang. Karena waktu itu salah satunya adalah mungkin karena semangatnya masih berkobar-kobar, nggak punya pengalaman dan mitigasinya kurang. Sehingga ternyata barang yang datang adalah bukan barang grade 1, tapi mungkin cuilantong atau cuilanseng gitu. Jadi barang-barang yang memang ternyata dipasang meleduk gitu, ternyata dipasang gosong. Jadi salah satunya ada beberapa PLTU yang hampir secara keseluruhan, hampir 90% itu diganti baru isinya. Nah, itu salah satu pembelajaran dari kasus 35.000 karena salah satunya pemerintah memotret pertumbuhan ekonomi akan tumbuh X% sehingga diperlukan 35.000 megawatt. Walaupun akhirnya tidak terbangun semua dan sempat ada kelebihan. Di RUPTL 2025-2034 yang dilakukan kalau kita mencermati bareng-bareng, salah satunya adalah faktor pertimbangan membangun pembangkit didekatkan dengan antara supply dan demand. Jadi itu diharapkan mendekatkan, mengurangi potensi kelebihan. Kalau dalam PLN itu ada TOP, take or pay, bukan take or pay, tapi take or pay, ambil atau beli, bukan take and pay, bukan or tapi and. Jadi lupa, makasih Mas. Bukan take or pay, tapi take and pay. Itu salah satu kebijakan. Jadi harapannya dengan didekatkan ke antara supply dan demand, itu akan meminimalisir potensi listrik tidak terpakai. Tapi memang tidak menutup kemungkinan beberapa potensi EBT itu ada di pedalaman. Misalkan sungai yang ada di Kalimantan itu kapasitasnya bisa dibangkitkan sampai 1.200 megawatt yang ada di Kalimantan. Ditarik ke IKN yang panjangnya sekitar 120 km. Bukan PR gampang. Sementara kebutuhan yang ada di IKN juga nggak sampai butuh segitu. Salah satu program EBT adalah gimana caranya evakuasi daya yang ada di daerah Sumatera, misalkan di Sumsel, lewat 500 kV atau lewat 275 itu bisa disebarkan ke seluruh Sumatera. Atau bahkan pembangkit yang ada di Sumatera itu bisa masuk ke Jawa, termasuk yang di Jawa bisa masuk ke Bali. Seperti halnya Bali sekarang posisinya adalah ada defisit sistem, ada kekurangan antara Jawa Bali crossing yang masuk dari Pulau Jawa dengan kemampuan produksi dengan semua pembangkit yang ada di Pulau Bali. Alhamdulillah di Madura sudah nggak ada, daratan Madura, bukan Kepulauan Madura, daratan. Karena kita punya jembatan Suramadu sehingga kita nggak pakai jembatan kabel bawah laut lagi yang rentan kena jangkar, tapi pakai kabel yang ada di atas permukaan jembatan. Itu satu. Yang kedua, kita benar-benar sekarang merencanakan sesuai asumsi pertumbuhan ekonomi. Memang sangat dinamis kondisinya di lapangan, tapi harapannya itu akan lebih mendekatkan potret kebutuhan pertumbuhan ekonomi dengan kebutuhan daya yang ada di setiap daerah. Kita punya case yang menarik di Sulawesi. Sulawesi itu sekarang kemudian tumbuh tambang-tambang nikel, tambang-tambang aluminium yang mereka itu butuh satu pabrik itu butuh antara 600 sampai hampir bahkan 5.000 megawatt mendadak gitu. Nah, yang jadi pertanyaan adalah berapa lama akan beroperasi? Berapa lama listrik akan dipakai dibangun sampai ke lokasi? Jangan sampai nikelnya misalkan tambang-tambang itu dibangun cuma 3 tahun, 4 tahun, mungkin habisnya mungkin 10 tahun, 15 tahun, sementara biaya untuk membangun infrastruktur, pembangkit, jaringan untuk sampai ke lokasi itu tidak memungkinkan. Sehingga kita pikirkan gimana solusi yang paling logis untuk menghadirkan kebutuhan listrik di daerah-daerah yang kemungkinan pertumbuhan ekonominya tumbuh dengan pesat. Yang paling sekarang dicermati adalah Sulawesi, Kalimantan karena tumbuhnya tambang-tambang di daerah-daerah itu. Dan yang ketiga memang menurut saya butuh hari ini kita duduk di sini kerjasama bareng antara akademisi, korporasi, dan regulasi, di mana kita bisa menjembatani dan forum-forum yang seperti ini diantaranya bisa mencari formulasi aturan regulasi yang bisa memotret secara keseluruhan. Kan bisa jadi teman-teman di lapangan akademisi karena pernah mungkin melakukan penelitian 1-2 hal dan kemudian melihat ada potensi dan memberikan masukan dalam forum bersama untuk melihat kondisi itu. Kurang lebih seperti itu, Mas.
Baik, terima kasih banyak. Jawabannya sangat komprehensif, Pak Ajrun. Pertanyaan yang kedua, jadi itu kemarin tadi pertanyaan untuk look back ya, Pak Ajrun. Pertanyaan kedua adalah dari peserta itu terkait Astacita. Jadi Astacita itu kan Pak Presiden kita saat itu ingin leading di segala aspek ya. Pangan harus leading, energi leading, renewable energy leading. Tapi ternyata objeknya sama, tanah. Jadi akhirnya ketika energi mau swasembada, saya mau ngobrol di sini. Pak Kementerian Pertanian bilang, oh ini sawah aktif, kita masih ada target untuk ketahanan pangan. Nah, kalau di PLN sendiri dengan overlapping dari fungsi tata guna lahan itu bagaimana Pak Ajrun untuk kedepannya supaya di PLN Astacita itu terpenuhi, Pak?
Baik, makasih Mas Adit. Sudah sangat kebijakan banget ya, epicentrum dan helikopter view-nya tinggi sekali. Tapi saya mencoba menjawab dalam tataran di Sumatera Barat yang paling gampang. Salah satu isu yang paling mengemuka di Sumatera Barat adalah masalah tanah. Kemudian masalah tanah di Sumatera Barat. Di sana ada matriarkat. Jadi berdasarkan ibu, ninik, mama, bundu kanduang dan segala macam. Jadi saat ini pembangunan PLTS Singkarak juga agak sedikit terkendala, tidak ada masalah karena sama dengan itu. Kalau tadi sawah di sana karena masalah ikan endemik, ikan bilis namanya, ikan bilis. Jadi bareng-bareng memang perlu dipertimbangkan antara satu sektor dengan sektor yang lain. Kita belajar dari sektor yang ada di Sumatera Barat. Mungkin nanti bisa dianalogikan ke yang lain. Misalkan harus memakan sawah seperti di PLTU Tanjung Jati di Jepara dan segala macam. Kalau case di Singkarak, kita ingin memastikan melakukan upaya konservasi budaya ikan bilis dengan cara yang lain, dengan tidak mengandalkan hanya di PLTS Singkarak saja. Apakah kemudian ikan bilis ini bisa kita budidayakan di tempat lain atau kalaupun dia endemik tidak harus pada posisi-posisi yang selama ini nantinya akan ditempati oleh PLTS. Case ini juga terjadi di PLTS yang akan dibangun di Waduk Sutami di Karangkates Malang. Warga agak sedikit resisten karena khawatir nanti karamba-karamba ikan akan digeser. Sama dengan sawah sebetulnya. Jadi yang pertama case di Sutami karena kemarin saya sedikit ikut, kami menawarkan waktu itu budidaya lewat ikan bioflok yang pertama. Kalaupun tidak bisa, nanti penempatan plotting PV-nya itu tidak terlalu banyak menggeser sehingga kita menggunakan tempat-tempat yang kira-kira masih lowong, tidak bersinggungan dengan posisi karamba. Dan yang ketiga, tidak menutup kemungkinan sebetulnya karena akar masalahnya adalah sosial ekonomi, gimana kita melakukan pemberdayaan masyarakat tidak hanya bergantung pada pembudidayaan ikan karamba, tapi ada alternatif lain mungkin dengan peningkatan skill di UMKM atau nanti pariwisata tumbuh dengan adanya PLTS. Satu hal yang menarik sebetulnya, kita sudah punya contoh bukti PLTS Cirata. Jadi ini lagi masih diteliti. Ini guyonan, saya menggunakan bahasa Jawa Timuran karena saya orang Jember. Jadi ternyata di bawah PLTS itu banyak biawak. Biawak itu kalau katanya orang Surabaya nyambik. Nyambik itu pada nongkrong di atasnya dan di bawahnya. Saya nggak tahu nyambik kenapa di situ. Nyambik itu di situ banyak ikan, nongkrong karena kepanasan atau pingin jalan-jalan ke tepi ke tengah laut. Saya pikir juga enggak. Saya yakin nyambik punya alasan. Dugaan kita ini lagi dilakukan kajian untuk nantinya jadi best practice di tempat yang lain dengan asumsi bahwa PLTS ternyata tidak mengganggu pertumbuhan populasi ikan yang ada di sebuah tempat. Itu karena justru ikannya itu ngiyup gitu mungkin. Nongkrong atau ngopi-ngopi atau pacaran justru kita nggak tahu. Tapi yang jelas tidak ada kajian yang sampai ini membuktikan bahwa pertumbuhan ikan di Waduk Cirata kemudian berkurang karena adanya proyek PLTS 90 megawatt peak yang ada di PLTS Cirata. Itu baru ikan. Yang kedua, yang lain bangau malah pada nongkrong di atasnya. Bangau juga jauh-jauh juga mungkin nggak ada alasannya. Karena di situ ada makanan berarti. Kalau ada makanan berarti sebetulnya ikan malah pada banyak di situ. Nggak tahu berkembang biak atau mungkin nggak tahu akibat pergaulan bebas jadi tumbuh di situ ikannya kita juga nggak ngerti. Nah itu. Terus yang ketiga yang menarik juga jadi tempat pariwisata karena orang mungkin nggak pernah ngerti PLTS di situ jadi orang jalan-jalan dibatasi nanti ada daerah kawasan yang nggak boleh nyebrang sampai mendekat gitu. Tapi itu menjadi tempat pariwisata dan pembelajaran bagi para mahasiswa, anak SMK, anak teknik elektro untuk ikut sama-sama belajar. Termasuk di dalamnya adalah warga masyarakat juga diberdayakan. Logistiknya berjalan, perahunya juga disewakan, terus warung-warung juga malah bisa, malah tumbuh. Seperti halnya kurang lebih seperti itu. Nah, sedikit saya menyinggung yang masalah sawah. Sawah itu khusus case di PLTP Solok dan Muara Labuh yang ada di Sumatera Barat. Memang sedikit ada beberapa lahan yang memang akhirnya terpakai untuk pemakaian sawah. Tapi yang dilakukan adalah teman-teman operator PLTP yang pertama melakukan pembelajaran sehingga tidak bergantung. Oke, masalah pertanian berarti sawah berkurang. Kita melakukan upaya budidaya dan percepatan teknologi sehingga jumlah produk pertanian yang ada di situ yang dipakai tidak mengurangi. Misalkan penggunaan bibit, teknologi penggunaan pupuk organik atau teknologi lain yang memungkinkan padi itu bisa dipanen lebih cepat. Di Padang itu panen 2 kali, 1 tahun 2 kali per 6 bulan. Sementara di belakang rumah di Malang atau dimanapun itu bisa 3 kali. Artinya teknologi itu bisa kita replikasi, kita bisa mirroring hal-hal yang positif dengan adanya pengurangan sawah-sawah. Saya yakin tidak kemudian kita membabi buta melakukan pembangunan pembangkit yang kemudian merugikan masyarakat atau bahkan mengurangi potensi sektor lain, tapi kita juga harus bijak untuk mengedepankan alternatif solusi dengan adanya pengurangan di sektor lain. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Pak Ajrun. Jadi selalu ada kompensasi ya dari pembangunan itu yang diharapkan selalu positif. Oke, last but not least, Dr. Audrey Esteban has joined us today. So the last speakers in this session is Dr. Teresia Audrey Esteban. She is an urban planner by profession who has been in development field for 20 years. She has managed urban planning, environmental disaster risk management, water and sanitation, and social development project in the Asia Pacific region, including several comprehensive land use plans, investment programs, protected area management, water and sanitation, and UNDP, and any other important project. Good morning, I think, Dr. Esteban.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I think in your country it's around 6 or 7 a.m., right?
It's 6:52 right now.
Yeah, 6:52. It's very early in the morning. Okay, I'm sorry to disturb your sleep, probably. Okay. For the last speakers, we will listen to the Prof. Audrey's session. So please, Dr. Audrey, you have 30 minutes present, and then we have maybe around 10 minutes discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can start now.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me? I hope so. So Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to present at your International Conference of Postgraduate School. It's always a pleasure to connect with and network with my Indonesian colleagues. And what I will be presenting to you is my research called Collective Engagement from Disaster Prone to Disaster Resilient City. But first, I would like to highlight the motivation of the research. Next slide, please. We often hear that by the year 2050, 30% of the world will be living in cities. And as the world urbanizes, populations also become increasingly vulnerable to disasters. Flooding is the most common type of disaster, and its incidence and intensity has increased in the past decades. Next slide. There are two ways to address flood risk: by structural measures and by non structural measures. However, the different pathways of urban development mean that application of these measures also vary. This is because cities have different experiences, different risks and vulnerabilities, and different adaptive capacities. As such, we always say no one size fits all. Next slide. But in order to achieve urban resilience, it is important to have a collaborative arrangement between state and non state stakeholders, and that this arrangement is based on reciprocity and trust. Next slide. My agenda for this presentation is as follows: introduce the conceptual foundations of my work, present the timelines I constructed for each of the case cities, Rotterdam and Dordrecht in the Netherlands, and Marikina and Malabon in the Philippines, to build their unique analytical stories of collective engagement and urban resilience. And finally, highlight the central contributions of the research. Next slide. In this research, I defined collective engagement as the collaborative process participated in by multiple stakeholders across sectors and networks who work on a common agenda to build urban resilience. I found that it has a continuous process and its effectiveness depends on three things: strong information and education on disaster management are provided and accessible to all stakeholders, strong social networks that are collectively involved and tied to the city and its vision to become resilient, and the government and the stakeholders understand the need to have a cohesive community in order to address disasters. Next slide. The collective engagement urban resilience framework, which you can see right now, highlights that the city's adaptive cycles is driven by human, social, institutional, economic, and environmental, both natural and built, which are the city's adaptive capacities. Here you see that collective engagement is the binding factor in building urban resilience through two approaches: the government and the self-organization approach, which in this framework can go through two different ways, but each going through the same collective dimensions that form the city's adaptive cycles. These collective dimensions are collective concern, collective action, collective efficacy, and collective security. Using this framework, I drew out the stories of the four cases. Allow me to start with Rotterdam and Dordrecht. Next slide, please. When I constructed Rotterdam and Dordrecht's timelines, I was able to identify the different phases of their adaptive cycles. I found that from the beginning of each of their timelines until the riverine threats in 1993 and 1995, the focus on flood risk management is strongly preventive. But in Rotterdam, you see two interesting takeoff points: the Rotterdam Blitz, or the bombing of Rotterdam in the 1940s, leading to the rebuilding of the city, and the 1953 Great North Sea Flood, leading to the construction of the Delta Works system to make sure a flood disaster never happens again. Within this first adaptive cycle, Rotterdam's rebuilding process was front and center, focusing on the port of Rotterdam to restore the economy. This economic focus transcended until the second adaptive cycle, that even with Rotterdam's pioneering policies and projects on resilience and climate change adaptation, there is still a commercial element to market the city as an attractive and safe place to live, work, and invest. On the other hand, I identified that Dordrecht has four adaptive cycles. Interviewees that I did its interview on told me that the 1421 St. Elizabeth flood as the main event that shaped the city. The historical memory is present in the city's physical makeup, and this memory is further reinforced by regular information and partnership with the stakeholders. The multi-layer safety approach, which entails prevention, sustainable spatial planning, and crisis management, were planned together with the community. I found that this co-creation with the community enhances risk awareness. However, in general, flood risk awareness and perception are relatively low in the Netherlands. This is in part due to not having experienced any large-scale flooding since 1953. Next slide, please. Thanks to the Delta Work system, the risk of a large-scale flooding happening is at 1 in 10,000 risk. In 10,000 years, I mean. And people perceive this probability as never happening in their lifetime. There is a huge trust on the Delta Works as well as the government's safety regions. The Netherlands is divided into 25 safety regions or security regions responsible for emergency and crisis management. The regions are highly organized and work closely with the local, regional, and national governments. That community intervention on disaster risk management is usually not needed. Next slide. Besides, as one interviewee mentioned, we pay taxes to keep our feet dry. It's the government's responsibility. Next slide, please. Still, in Dordrecht, there is a general understanding of flood risk because low-level flood happens in the historic center. Stakeholders are also familiar with the city's self-reliant island vision. There is also regular information on flood risk and preparation through the flood Scotland or flood preparation and sandbag exercises. As such, in Dordrecht, stakeholders relate resilience to preparation, prevention, and recovery, and the development of alternative ways to address risk. Next slide, please. Whereas in Rotterdam, interviewees see the bigger threat as the social and economic gap, which discourages those belonging to the lower income group from integrating into society. The relationship between the government and the stakeholders is also not as cohesive, since plans and programs are not as strongly conveyed. As a consequence, the idea of risk and more so the idea of resilience becomes too broad. Next slide, please. I found it ironic, as I would have expected, that since Rotterdam is part of the 100 resilient cities, this idea of resilience will be much clearer to the stakeholders, but it is not. For one, Rotterdam's resilience strategy did not define resilience, rather boasted that it need not be defined because resilience is in the DNA. But when I dug deeper, the truth is the citizens are not familiar with the agenda nor the membership. Next slide, please. The Dutch cases, however, show an example of a highly organized crisis management system and flood risk management infrastructure. Because it is highly organized, it allows society to enjoy a level of security that all will be taken care of. In Dordrecht, because of the constant threat, they have a proactive role in citizen engagement and networking to increase risk awareness and preparation at the community level. On the other hand, Rotterdam, being a large city, relies on the organized crisis management system that is already in place. The strength Rotterdam has is its economic resilience, while Dordrecht has more institutional and social resilience. Moving on to the Philippine case, next slide, please. The construction time of the timelines is more different. Marikina has two adaptive cycles. The first was triggered by a change in leadership by Yani Fernando in 1992. Fernando led programs such as the Save the Marikina River, which contributed greatly to lowering the flood incidents, and Rescue 161, which was the first city-led disaster risk management public service. I think you need to click on something. I cannot see the, yeah. Oops. Okay, sorry, go back. Go back to the previous slide. Thank you. Fernando's leadership was very draconian, which at first the residents of Marikina resisted. But when they witnessed the changes, the Marikina River bank, spark, clean and well lit surroundings, and low to no flood incidents, Fernando earned their support and encouraged volunteerism, especially from the youth. Other leaders who took over followed through the projects, and the city moved from an authoritarian leadership to eventually a partnership with the community. Through regular involvement of stakeholders in training at all levels and sectors of society. Malabon, on the other hand, has had a much more intense history with flooding, being a tidal land, that preparing for the floods has become second nature to the people. But even with this experience, Malabon only has one adaptive cycle. Since the 1970s, flood mitigation were planned to be constructed, but it took several decades before these projects were initiated and completed. To figure out why, I went back to Malabon's timeline and the history of the country and found that, next slide please, it was because from 1972 to 1981, the Philippines was under martial law. It was declared on 21 September 1972, right after 4 successive typhoons devastated Metro Manila and Central Luzon. But martial law was not declared to address the flood emergency. It was due to the alleged mounting insurgency in the rural areas. This period brought the Philippines to its knees in debt and was clouded with political unrest, further aggravated by series of flood disasters. I found in this research that the unstable political climate, incessant borrowing from the World Bank and other funding agencies, and actually delayed the implementation of flood control projects, stretching flood problems for decades. In Malabon, the martial law period saw the construction of the Dagat-Dagatan reclamation project for low-cost housing, a project under another loan from the World Bank. This reclamation project was unfinished and further contributed to Malabon's flooding problem. Next slide, please. In 2010, RA or Republic Act 10121, Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act was passed, mandating local governments to create disaster risk reduction and management offices. In Marikina, since they already have an existing system, they simply turned this to the Marikina City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office. Malabon followed suit and established the Malabon Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office in 2012. Both cities also created the community-based disaster risk management units in their barangays, which is their kampungs, their small villages. This is a strength of both cities, their social and community resilience. Next slide, please. Marikina used their strong institutional organization and worked on encouraging greater involvement of people in urban development, not just on disaster risk management. The city partnered with the community, private companies, and academia, and technical experts on various projects to make the city more organized, disaster risk aware, and socially cohesive. They have a common vision to maintain the city's standing as one of the healthiest and most livable cities in the Asia Pacific. Next slide, please. In Malabon, the city partnered with NGOs to conduct disaster risk awareness raising activities. While the city benefits from the Kamanava flood control project, which has significantly lowered the flood incidents, stakeholders still create ingenious crisis management strategies such as the adopt a barangay or adopt a kampong and adopt a family evacuation for barangays that have no evacuation centers. Next slide, please. I came to the conclusion that the manner in which Marikina Can you click on it, please? Yeah. I came to the conclusion that the manner in which Marikina and Malabon have handled flooding over the years has contributed to how risk and resilience are understood by stakeholders. Although stakeholders in both cities are aware of their risk and vulnerabilities, Marikina's view of resilience represents the successful and progressive policies to disaster risk management. That stakeholders see resilience as the strength to face adversity through stability and cognition. In Malabon, the frequency of floods has become a norm and part of their culture. For Malabon stakeholders, resilience refers to the ability to survive on their own and as a community. In the Philippine cases, the role of the community is important. Coordination, cooperation, and partnership with their social networks are needed to face the adversities that these cities go through. And as you can see in this slide, I analyzed the 5 drivers of resilience or adaptive capacities of the cities using a Likert scale. I use indicators for each of the capitals, human, social, institutional, economic, and environmental capitals, to make it measurable and rated it using a Likert scale. So the scale is from high to low or low to high. And here you can see Rotterdam, Dordrecht, and Marikina as rated high in terms of their adaptive capacities, while Malabon is rated medium because it's only they're frequently flooded as being a tidal land. You can also see that basically all cities adaptive capacities are relatively good, even Malabon's. This is because the adaptive cities or the adaptive capacities of the cities tend to also compensate one another. I also checked on the performance of the city's collective engagement, urban resilience, using the following parameters. Can you click on it, please? Yes. And here I use the parameters perception of risk and resilience, information and education on collective engagement and urban resilience, influence of social networks on collective engagement and urban resilience, mutual adaptation in disaster risk management. And I also use a Likert scale. Here you see that unlike the previous slide, on adaptive capacities, Rotterdam's rating is at medium and Malabon's rating is high. These radial patterns show that by analyzing the city's adaptive capacities, we can identify which capitals the cities can leverage on and or strengthen to help build urban resilience, and which capitals can need to be strengthened, need
Dr.
to be
Esteban,
further strengthened.
yeah,
Yes?
Dr. Esteban, yeah, I think you have 5 minutes left. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to my last slide. In the same way, identifying and analyzing the city's adaptive capacities helps in identifying roadblocks and learning points. Can you go to the yes? So there are 4 practical contributions of this research. First, urban resilience takes on different perspectives. The only way to create a general understanding of urban resilience is through conducting dialogues with stakeholders. Second, the collective engagement urban resilience demonstrated building urban resilience can be led by 2 approaches, government and self-organization approach. The drivers of resilience were used to determine the level of collective engagement and urban resilience in the case cities. This can be used by cities globally to reflect on their respective adaptive capacities in order to determine which drivers dominate and which falls short, thereby identifying which areas of urban development and disaster risk management need to be prioritized. Lastly, the perception of risk and resilience are also indicative of how we communicate this risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Esteban. Give big applause to Dr. Esteban. There's a question from the attendance.
Yeah.
So we are talking about the collective engagement in this era, and we know that condition between Europe and ASEAN is quite different. So
Mhm.
what is the biggest challenge in ASEAN for the collective engagement? Because I think we have a lot of distraction from the policy, the social
Mhm.
and culture. And so what is the biggest challenge for the collective engagement in your opinion?
For Asia, I think collective engagement is already being practiced at the very local level. So at the communities, we if we talk about collective engagement as a participatory process, it's it's already being practiced. What the challenge mainly is to build the trust between the community and the government, because that's what's mostly lacking in 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 what I have seen so far in the cases that I'm working on. Is the trust between the government and the community, because most of the time, if we always hear that the government would say that, oh, we'll build infrastructure projects or a flood mitigation project, but it doesn't push through. Or as what is happening right now in the Philippines, they have this flood control scandal. So the trust of the people wavers because of that. Um, that's something that I think we should all we should really be worked on in Asia. But it's not just Asia. It's mostly governments um, that have that have lost the trust of the people.
Okay. Thank you
Mhm.
very much. Yeah, I
Yeah.
do agree that building trust is quite difficult, and if we
Mhm.
lost trust to governments, it
Yeah.
is very difficult to elaborate the collective engagement.
Yeah.
I think thank you very much, Dr. Esteban. In Indonesia now we are past the lunchtime, so I
Mhm.
think I will finish the session
Mhm.
now. Once again, thank you very much for your joining this conference, and I will give back the floor to the MC, Mbak Anita and Mas Nabil. Thank you very much, and see you again in another exciting conference. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya, for moderating the sessions. And I think that's wrapped our today's session.
That is correct. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you will have your lunch. It has already been prepared outside. So when you exit the main hall, please turn right where you will find the food and beverages that have been set up for you all. Please eat your food outside of the main hall, as it is prohibited to eat and drink inside the room by the building management. For our guests, the food has been prepared outside on the left side. Also, for our participants, after this, after you have your lunch, we will have the parallel sessions in the postgraduate building. So we will no longer be using this main hall. And so by 1 o'clock, we hope that you all will start moving to the postgraduate building. And at 1:30, the parallel sessions will start. So ensure that you already know which room you are in. And yeah, please prepare yourself for that. All right.
All right.
I guess that's it. See you all in the gala dinner tonight.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.